Okie testing. Let's have a look. Check the mic as always. Okay, good. So let's continue to work on the shop. So we're almost there. Take one of those. Trade. It says insufficient funds right now. Possibly put an outline on it. Possibly put an outline on that text. It is a little bit difficult to read. Let's see what that looks like. Game UI. To find out where the modal stuff is. There's a lot. There is a lot. So I've got UI clear modal menu. Tick modal menu. Draw modal menu. Draw model menu with choices. Draw model background. Draw string the font. Let's do get SDF font and just see what that looks like. That should give it a border. It's weird why it's not white. Style label color. Okay, let's just straight up do color 1 color 1 alpha. It might never have been white. Probably wasn't actually. It's more obvious with a border. It's definitely easy to read. Let's see if we can find some more modal stuff. Yeah, I think we've got to go with that. This as well, the button color. I think we have to do color 1 alpha again here. What was I looking at? One of these models. Ooh, look at that. So that, we need to sort that out. We need to detect that and handle it a different way. Possibly font size. We're just saying font size is extra large. I think we have to say font size is the actual renderer font size. Hello, morning. How's it going? Hope you're alright today. We do need to sort that. What do we do in that situation? So the Oblivion engine, I have noticed, if it gets in that situation, scrolls the text. Just here for co-working. Me too, me too. Yeah, have a good day's work, eh? So, yeah, the Oblivion engine, if we end up cutting the text off, we'll scroll the text. So if we make it extra large, it cuts it off. So we'll have to scroll the text. So that's going to have to go in a to-do, because that is quite a big thing to do. I'm not going to be able to do that in 5 minutes. To do any text that gets cut off needs to scroll horizontally, e.g. menu font size XL with load game model. That's where I could get it from. So this situation here. So what I might do, I'll just turn that to medium. It's in the to-dos anyway. It will eventually have to get done. But that's going to be a thing. That's going to be a thing. It might be quite hard. The problem is, like, what makes it hard is it needs its own scissor rectangle. Possibly. I mean, that would be the way to do it. Have its own scissor rectangle. So if it detects that it's this cosmic sludge, say it was a big long name that was going to go off the end, it would need to put a scissor rectangle around it, draw it into the scissor rectangle, and basically loop an X value so it just scrolls. That's what I noticed the Oblivion engine doing. The way that I actually solve this in the level editor, because this happens in the level editor, I can find the situation. Oops. So like here, G-Event Broadcast Shop, the P is cut off. So I have a little tooltip that pops up. So that's another way to do it. That is another way to do it. However, in a situation with the modal dialogue, can't be a tooltip because it'll be as long as the actual window. So it needs to be a scroll, really. Anyway, that's for a different day. That's for a different time. Game menus, shop menu, try trade. So one of the things I realised is that it can't be on balance. Because you might be buying something and selling something of equal value and the balance would be 0 and you won't be able to trade. So it needs to be, we need to say if the buy and sell bag have items in them. So that's fine. We'll do this. So we have the buy bag and the sell bag. I don't think so. So, auto can trade equals false. And then we're going to go if, we'll go auto the buy bag, buy bag, G controllers, get inventory item, inventory bag controller, buy bag ID, and then the same for the sell bag. So if buy bag and sell bag and buy bag, we need to know how many items are in the bag. Get item count and or sell bag, get item count. So it's this. Can trade is true. And then this is can trade. We can't trade there. If we put something in there, it says insufficient funds, which because we haven't actually done the trade yet. So we need something. These are worth 2. That's worth 10. So I'll take one of those. And the spend is 0, but there's 10G in each bag. So we can still do it, which is good. Okay. Try trade. What I might do is actually, we're going to need the buy bag and the sell bag in try trade. So we'll do it here. If not can trade, return false. So we have the buy bag and the sell bag because these are the things that are going to have to get placed into inventory. Mimir Bites, how's it going? Hope you're alright today. Just working on a shop menu at the moment. There's another situation where this trade can fail, and that is if there isn't enough space in the inventory anywhere for the items to go. So for instance, if I was going to buy one of those and there's no space for it in anywhere, the trade can't go ahead because there's no space. You have to say your bags are full. Also coding. Oh nice, what are you working on? So we'll probably do that situation now if there's no space. So the easiest way to do that is Tim Appleton to just have 3 slots. Fast-paced sci-fi RTS for mobile on Steam. Wow, that sounds awesome. You going all right? I'm working on a slow-paced, relaxing gardening game. That sounds awesome what you're doing. Sci-fi gardening. I'm doing sci-fi like you, yeah. So, okay, so we need to give the shop system. So what I want to know is how we allocate the number of slots for a shop. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I'll put it. What I'll do is I won't play it now because I'm working, but I'll put it there and then I'll have a look after stream. Thanks very much. Much appreciated. Awesome. Okay. So it says max slot count 12. So is he going to give him 12 slots? To get 12 slots? Yeah, I think it does. So we're just going to temporarily... So this is temp. Make a bag with 3 slots in it. So I think we can just put 3 there. Hopefully Tim's Seedware just has 3 slots. It does. That means we can test this idea. So if we want to actually sell something to him, we need to say Tim's bag is full. Pumpkin. Oh, it could stack it on here, so that's not quite true. Did I build my own engine? Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah. So this is the game. So I'm just going through all of the menus at the moment. The art's not... The sprites and stuff are just from a previous game, but it's going to be a sci-fi eventually when I start drawing it. So yeah, I'm just done all of the pause menu and stuff. But yeah, it's got like a level editor, so you can like, you know, edit the levels. It's got like dialogue trees and state trees and pathfinding and all sorts of stuff. It's good. Ooh, got a crash there. Another viewport thing. We've had this crash before. Viewport being 0. So look into that. Water looks nice. Oh, cheers. Yeah, C++, yeah. The water's like had not a lot of work on it. So, okay, it's had quite a lot of work on it to get the reflections going and stuff. This particular pond is just the vanilla pond that you get when you stamp a pond in with the level editor. With some stuff with like a tree in front of it. I have to get the tree in front of it first. But yeah, it's got a tree in front of it. But you can do all sorts. You can like manipulate them and everything. Make them look quite nice. So is it a shader? So yeah, there's a combination of things. So there's the working out what to reflect. What things you need to reflect. And that's drawn to like a texture map, but like flipped around the origin. And then there's the shader for the actual water itself, which takes that texture map, places it on top and distorts it. And then there's a refraction map, so it actually refracts the ground underneath as well. So you could have like a pond that has, you know, rocks underneath it or whatever, and you'll see them shimmer. And then there's another one when it starts raining. There's another texture, I think, which puts raindrops on it, but the weather's broken at the moment, so I can't show you that, unfortunately. But yeah, it's like there's a few draw calls to do it. Pretty fancy, yeah. Yeah. I like graphics coding stuff. And then the shadows are done a similar way with gathering the reflections, but they go through a different filter to make them like have hard edges and soft edges and stuff. And also write some shades for nebula backgrounds. Oh yeah, nice. I do have, because obviously this is going to be sci-fi as well, a menu that has like a view into space. So I'll probably do some stuff like that eventually as well. Looking forward to that. There's like a radar in the game, and you can like lock onto distant planets and like download stuff download stuff from the planets, you know, or space stations. Yeah, I'll check your game out after stream. Sounds great. Yeah, cheers. Thanks very much. Okay. So there is a scroll bar which doesn't do anything, but I don't think shops are going to ever have 3 slots. They probably will always have at least 12, 6 to 12 maybe. So the situation now is, if you want to sell one of those, it doesn't fit in his inventory. So this music, I remember, gets too crazy. So if we go back to the shop menu, game menus, shop menu, try trade, we can see that we cannot fit, if we do the trade, the buy bag and the sell bag. Well, the buy bag, so the sell bag should have 1 item. Ooh, got a follow. Oh, thanks for the follow. Mema Bites, much appreciated. Still kind of buggy. Earliest demo, yeah, no problem. Yeah, this is buggy as well. There's a few bugs in it. The way it is in it. Until you sit down and really try and, you know, polish it up. Even as multiplayer. Oh, brill. So what engine did you use for yours? Godot. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, cool. I'll have a look tonight when I finish, and then I'll get back to you. Sounds grand. Godot, yeah. Good engine. Okay, so the sell bag has the item in that we want to sell. It has 1 pumpkin seed in it. So we need to get the actual the vendor bag. Key controllers. Get inventory bag controller vendor bag ID. So these should be asserts really. Buy bag. should always be this. Auto, yeah. Auto, yeah. It's slowly crept in to my code over the last few years. So if we have a vendor bag, we need to check that it will fit. So we could do, so the way this works is you do vendor bag, claim items, like this. Do we want to check, or do we just want to strip? I think we need a routine that is the same, but it's something like can claim items. You are late, yeah. Not typing the types. And it also means less refactoring when you have a big code base. Quite like that. There are some situations in C++ anyway where you have to use auto because you don't know the type. But not in this situation. This is just the way it is. Painful to debug. It would be if I didn't have an IDE, but I can just tell with the tooltips what it returns. So it's not too. If I didn't have an IDE, if I was just doing it in like Notepad, it would be awful. Yeah. But I heavily rely on the IDE for the types. Two codes in Notepad. Oh yeah, I bet there are a few people that do that. Back when I first started graphics programming, you had to code shaders anyway in Notepad, which was awful. So I don't think Visual Studio back then had anything to do with that. If I remember rightly. Coding in Vim, yeah. So claim items. So we need to basically we could do, so this is one at a time. We could do claim items from an entire bag. I think that's kind of what we need. So, can claim items. U64 source bag ID. Because this is going to have to be. So the chest. So the chest menu is a similar thing, but I think the chest is a little bit more forgiving because if you've run out of space in the chest, it just leaves them in the chest. The shop's not quite like that. It's a bit more complicated. So can claim items from the cell bag ID. So we'll just run this, we'll just do this code. So the answer should be false in this case. So we do need can claim items from the source slot as well. Source slot index. You see, we could actually, rather than do this, we could do inventory item slot and just pass in the actual slot. So this would be auto result is true. Return result. And then with each if so it'd be false to begin with, I suppose. If auto source bag equals G controllers get inventory bag controller source bag ID with each source bag get slots, we want to do result equal to result and can claim items I think. You need to code a player with which is attached to a rope and the dude needs to swing. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. So you need to do some rope stuff. Are you going to try and do an actual physical rope? It's painful. It's very similar to like cloth. If you can do cloth. I mean, it's Godot, isn't it? So it's probably very different to the way I would do it in this engine. So I'm not really sure about Godot. But yeah, it's like treat it like a really thin piece of cloth with a weight at the end, I suppose. Yeah, this engine's got a little bit of rudimentary kind of physical objects, like it's got cloth. It could do a rope. It could do a rope. But the cloth's mainly for banners and flags and things. Also has to be deterministic. Yeah. It's a multiplayer thing. Yeah, interesting. I suppose like the result of kind of the key points of like the player attaching onto the rope and then the player leaving the rope and any collisions on the rope all need to be deterministic. But then I suppose the rope, literal drawing of the rope could be a little bit different, maybe. Yeah, difficult. It makes everything a lot more complicated, doesn't it, doing multiplayer stuff? Yeah, okay. Yeah, it sounds like a good task then for the day, blooming heck. My task for the day is to get the player to be able to buy and sell items. That's the task for today. The buying and the selling is straightforward. It's this bit, I suppose. It's what happens when the inventory won't fit to the items that you want to buy. Because it's a finite inventory. Only so many slots. So, you've got this thing called claim items. Claim items. And there's this thing called claim item. Is there a can claim item? Find bag with item. Find item slot with item. Okay, it's not too bad. So let's do bull can claim item. Item ID. So what do we do? So we need to get the item prefab. Key systems. Get inventory item. Item system. Get item prefab. Item ID. It wants a slot index. Why does it want a slot index? Oh, this is the bag. Get item slot. Yeah, that's the bag ID. So is there... Okay. So there isn't, I don't think. Get item. Oh, just get item. Item ID. Okay. So if we have an item, well, let's just get it. If the item doesn't exist or is not there, so if there's no item, return false. If there is an item, item prefab type. So gonna go return get first slot item prefab type. This is unused really. Dot is set. Okay. Standard optional size T. Oh, is it optional? It's really weird why I've done it this way. Don't know why it's optional. So maybe we do another one as well, where we can do bool can claim item, inventory item type, do that as well, which would actually just be this. And then we could just return and claim item. prefab type. Okay. So, can claim items from the source slot. So we can just return can claim item slot get type. So we might not need this. Because this could be result and can claim item get type. Could leave it in just in case we do need it in the future. So is that it? Can claim items. Is it as simple as that? From the source bag. Now I would say writing it this way, it's not that fast particularly. So we could say for auto item or slot in source bag get slots. If can claim the items from the slot. Result is true. Break. Now we could just return. We could straight up return true there, and then return false there. So can claim the items in the. So this has to claim all of them. Oh no. We have to claim all of them. So it's the other way around. In fact, we could just return false. Return true. Okay. So, in game menus now, we have the can claim items. Have to run, yeah. Happy coding to you. Thanks for popping in. I'll check out your demo later today, this evening. Much appreciated. Thanks for the follow. Nice one. Okay. Can claim items. So it can claim that one. Oh. Say if slot is empty, continue. So it said it could claim it, interestingly. Probably could. I need to make sure I try and sell an item that can't be claimed by the vendor. So I think it was apple, pumpkin seeds. Yeah, he could claim it because he could just stack it on top of there. Something like this, he couldn't claim. So he says no. So can't claim it. Right. I'm going to say, so if not can trade. I'm going to say if the count is 0 for that and the count is 0 for that, I'm going to restructure it a different way. We're just going to say return false, and we're going to get rid of this can trade thing. And then we're going to say if not can claim items, we need to do another modal which just says vendor vendor's bags are too full. I don't really know what I want to say there. Vendor's bags are too full. Right. And then we're going to go auto. So this is more complicated because it could go in many different bags. There's a couple of ways we could do this. So if we want to buy something, whatever we're selected on, that's where it goes. And if they're all full, it says heroes' bags are too full. Or the other option is if heroes' bags are too full, we put it in the stash. If the stash is too full, we put it in Sven. That might be confusing because the item's going to disappear. You say trade, it'll work and nothing will appear here. The player would have to look in stash. So I think we're going to go with the first one, which means we need to know the current, who is currently active on the tab. Do we know that? I don't know if we do. So how do we find that out? Right. I need to go and blow my nose. I'm just going to have a couple of minutes break just to go blow my nose, and I'll be back. Be back soon. Okie dokes. Sorry about that. Tail end of this cold. Yeah, so we need a way to track which or get which tab is open. Now I think that we actually have this information. We can get this information from the draw tab pane. From the party bags tab pane. Selected bag index. Right. This could get actually what we could do is we could store current buyer bag ID. We could store this. So that would be current buyer bag ID is this. That goes like this. Fu Manchu. Good morning, good morning. What are you working on today? Can you please tell me which API you use for your engine? DirectX 12 for the graphics, yeah. DirectX 12. Blogix Blonde. How's it going? Yeah, let us know if you've got any questions. That's no problem at all. So, we're going to straight up go so definitely a current buyer bag ID. So we're going to go auto buyer bag G controllers get inventory bag controller for buyer bag ID. Current buyer bag ID. The buyer bag. And this is kind of the same. This is from the buy bag ID. We'll replace these with the actual names of the people in a sec. Okay. Fu Manchu. Bit Wielder, how's it going? Just finished working on Leak Trace thing. Oh yeah, cool. We were working on yesterday. Implement the IMGUI window to show strong weak refs instead of logging it. Nice one. Going back to work on actually inspecting the assets. Yeah, cool. Nice. You have Windows OS. That's right, yeah. That's right. Okay. So we need to make the buyer's bag full. So I'll just do this. Put that back in Sven. So the buys bags the hero. So if we try and buy one of these. Pop to hi, go and grab some coffee. Ah, nice one, Fu Manchu, nice one. Bit wielder, can I get some of your old man wisdom here? Yeah, no problem. I'll try my best. Says it could claim it. Oh, it probably might be able to actually. Cosmic sludge. It could stack it. We need one that it doesn't have. Want something that can't. Okay, so it can't buy it now. Okay, there we go. Buys bags are too full. Planning on moving out very soon. And I'd like to know on average what I should know about rent bills and anything else. Right. Well, I'd say always pay them, basically. You don't want to get into a situation where you get behind. That's a trap. That could be a trap. You get behind, you might be very hard to get out of stuff like that. And say, so if you've got a job, save a bit, just so you get like some time. So say like worst case scenario, you lose your job, can't pay your rent. At least you've got a little bit of money to sort your life out. Like to give notice on your flat or something, move back in with your parents. You know what you don't want is to lose your job and have like literally no cash. I'm from Ukraine. Cool. I'm trying to learn English. Yeah, nice. Really hard, but I'm trying. It seems totally fine what you're typing now. Try to watch English streams to learn and to understand something. Yeah. Well, I'd say your English was great. At least from the little bit you've said to me, you've written down. So you need at least a bit wielder. You need at least a little bit of buffer. Because it will reduce your stress a lot. Even if you're saving like 5% of your monthly wage or something. Don't really know how it works if like your boiler breaks or something over there. Like here, if your boiler breaks and you're renting, the landlord pays for the repair. But it might not be the same where you are. Check into that. Who's responsible for the things that might break in the house? His bags are too full. What I would say about, I wonder if we could just quickly, I wonder if we could improve the border. We could make it a bit bigger, a bit thicker. That would require to rebuild the fonts, which takes a while. It takes a couple of minutes. So we want the game UI font SDF, I think. So we put this at 2. And then we'll rebuild the fonts. So here's about the MathWorks. Well, I thought. 600 cash, 150 meal ticket. Rent is tiny bit over 300. Utilities 100 during winter. Food, can just use meal tickets. Yeah, I mean, as long as you're just saving a little bit. As long as you're just saving a little bit for a rainy day. In case something goes wrong. It immediately makes it less stressful. Even if it's like $30, you know, a month or whatever. Go at 200 extra a month, plan at least 100 that's saved every month. Yeah, that's good. That's great. You'll find that a good balance because you'd want some of that money for you as well. So you can do stuff. But you'll find a good balance, like how much you feel you need to save to reduce your anxieties of running your own household. And it should be great. Sounds like a really good thing. Okay, we've rebuilt the fonts. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that's a lot better. That is a lot better. I wouldn't have them that thick in more of a like an like an app UI scenario, but for a game that's good. Okay, so we need to get the name. Get the name. Saving money is spot on advice. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing to do. It works as well, you know, like as long as you get the amount saving correct, you don't feel any poorer. I don't. If obviously if you're saving too much, you do. But if you get the amount right, it's like you subconsciously make decisions. Subconsciously, like, oh, I'm not going to buy that sandwich or whatever, and you do a few of them a month. But you do it subconsciously, so you don't even notice. So yeah, it does work for sure. It's a 2-room apartment, fully furnished through real estate. Oh, that's absolutely awesome. Landlord's the one that pays for fixing things. Yeah, that's a big one. If that's the way it is, that's great. That's great. Because obviously those things come out of the blue. Like, when you own your own house, those things come out of the blue and can be very expensive. And that's like one of the negatives of owning your own house, I suppose. You know, like, your roof could blow off. I mean, you're probably insured against that. Your roof could get damaged in a storm, and then all of a sudden it's loads of money to fix it. Save 50% of my salary. Saving for early retirement. Oh, that is a noble cause. Saving for full-time game dev. Full-time indie dev. Yeah, nice one, nice one. So we do have a thing called where we can get the entity name. Pretty much, yeah. That's what Fu Manchu's just doing. He just started last month. Quit his job. Going full-time indie. I don't think he would call himself retired, though. Not yet. Not until he makes millions selling his first game. Buy a bag. Get name. Oh, we do have a get name. So this returns standard optional. String view. So what I want to do is avoid this apostrophe S because it's subjective depending if the name ends with an S. You'd say like buyer, because the buyer becomes over encumbered at that point. It has no pack room. This would be whatever name was. Also, no matter what, I'll have a roof over my head. Yeah, that's good. Already the owner of the parents' house. Yeah, so you're in a strong position. That's great. Yeah, try on your own living outside the house. Yeah. That sounds great. Would you want to buy a flat eventually, or are you just going to rent? Just rent for the time being, yeah, cool. I don't really know. That's fine. That'll be fine. So this actually can be the same modal. You say it's not. Oh yeah, it's always a good idea to try and get out on your own. Definitely, might love it. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to have two modals. Can't be bothered. Okie dokie. Player name. Vendor name. What is this? Okay, that needs to be wide. Well, chat window seems to be behaving today. Spent an hour this morning redoing it. Okay, so if you do this, Tim Seedware has no free space. So we could say has no Tim Seedware has no space for stock. Any more stock? It's a full bag. We could have two separate messages if we have two separate models. And it probably needs to say Tim Appleton. So how did we get the name Tim Appleton? Tim Appleton. Oh, we're just literally... So we've put a little to do here. It needs to go through the shop system. So... the thing about this is... I want the shops to be able to be opened by different people. Different NPCs. Same shop, different NPCs. So the context of who is opening the shop really comes from the dialogue system, which we're not working on at the moment. So what would happen is the dialogue would have an active dialogue currently, and then that would feed through whoever is speaking to opening the shop, and it could store who opens the shop, which would be Tim Appleton in that case. In another NPC's case, Jenny Jobon, it would be her. What I think I might do is in the shop system though, there's a little temporary thing. We're just going to go W string view, get owner name. But this is actually not going to be it. It's going to be more contextual. It's going to be who the player is speaking to, really. Jenny Jobon, yeah. Make this standard optional as well. Okay, so where? I need to know. Here. What did this used to say? If auto owner name G Systems it would be shop. It would be in the shop. It would be in the actual shop, not the shop system. So that's actually incorrect. I mean, we could have get owner name. Both, I suppose. Green bread, how's it going? Welcome back. Green bread. That's not good bread. I'm doing alright, Hope you're alright. Yeah, doing good. Just working on the shop system at the moment. Kind. I might take this out. So this is the shop. So it's just that basically. If kind. Return shop. Get on name. So we'll leave that to do for now. There. And then in game menus. So rather than say we get the name of the vendor name is the vendor bag get name, which is Tim's Seedware. But what we need to get the shop. So G Systems get shop system. Get shop name. Get shop vendor bag ID. Say vendor name is shop. Get owner name. Value or vendor name. So we'll get the vendor name first. If there's a shop associated, we'll try and get the owner name of the shop. So now I should say Tim Appleton has no room. Tim Appleton has no room for any more stock. Because he's only got 3 slots. He can only sell 3 things. And if we wanted to buy some sludge, we just fill up. And now it says player has a full bag. Okay. Now we can go and actually do the trade. So we need to see if we've got sufficient funds to do the trade. Again, the player can have insufficient funds, or the vendor, or both. Do you want to handle them separately like we do here? Probably. So we need to get, so we'll do the sell bag first. What's a sell value? It's the sell bag. Get credit value. The full bag. And we're going to say if sell value, so if the bag's worth more than the credit, the money that the shop has, so is that get credits. So I think I can actually cash out the shop as well here. Get credits. Then we have insufficient funds here. So we can do this. We could put this at the top as well. So we've got the shop, sell bag, vendor bag, and then the buyer bag. And the buyer name. So this is vendor name has insufficient credits. This is the buy value, which is the buy bag. If buy value is greater than the hero's credits, So this would be we'll do it here. G Systems. Get credit control. No, it's a controller. G controller. Get credit controller for the hero. So everything's run off the hero's bag. The hero's credits. The hero just controls all of the money. Error type, it says. What's the problem here? Why does it not like that? Okay, credits. And this is actually the buyer name. All right. And that's just returned true. First, we do need to do the actual trade. Right, there's an ad. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in a couple of minutes after some coffee. Ooh, wrong screen. Okay, folks. Okay. Fresh, massive cup of coffee. So, insufficient credits. So if you wanted to buy That's 200. We've only got 100. Player has insufficient credits. It says player, it shouldn't say player. Buyer name is wrong. Buy bag, not buy bag. Buyer bag. It's a buyer bag and a... Okay. We need to rename this. Buyer bag. Stash has insufficient credits. Ooh. What happened? It put 1 in. That's very strange. That's weird. Why is that happening? It shouldn't say... I don't think it should actually say the stash has insufficient credits. It should just say insufficient credits, I think. Root Dragon, how's it going? Benicus. That would be my Roman general name. Head of my legions. So it just put 1 in there. Now I've not coded that, so I don't know why that is happening. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Just finishing off the shop menu stuff. I'm going to do a little bit more work after this on some animations for the shop menu. And then it'll be done. Slight bug at the moment where it says insufficient credits, but you still get 1. Which I'm not sure what's happened there. Yeah, not sure what's going on there. Sturdy Pose, how's it going? Yeah, every day. At the moment, yeah. Awesome. So why is it getting 1? Okay, I need to figure out. I don't know if it's anything to do with try trade. Let's just uncomment try trade. So it's definitely in try trade that is happening. Something's ending up in the stash. Confusing. So can claim items. It sets the slot. Get first slot sets the slot. So it's not get first slot. It'll set the slot if it's not there. It's a bad name, really. Well, it'll make the slot a slot of the type of thing that we want and then return the new slot. We'll do create if not exists. Do that old tricker. Create if not exists. If we don't create, not create if not exists, which is a bit weird. Yeah, that's just that is weird. Okay, so that means here being false, create if not exists. We don't want to create one. So what's happening there is we were going to buy an item and it was checking the stash to see if the stash could fit the item. And whilst checking it, it was actually setting a slot to be of that particular type of item we wanted to buy with 0 items in it, which is a bit weird. Okay. It says stash has a full bag, but it doesn't actually put it in anymore. It should say stash is full, really. Oh, it says it has a full bag. No, that's incorrect. That's the wrong word. Wrong. Stash is not full. It's not actually working. Okay, so what we're doing there is we're just checking. Gets through to here, so that's just checking if there's any slots of the same type. If there isn't, I think it's slightly different, this. if there's not a slot, return true. Or return, what do we return? Slots S. I think it's just that. It just returns a blank slot basically because we're not creating it. Could do this. Okay, so it should say insufficient credits. That's it. That's what we want. Because we've only got 100G. Okay, so I think what we're going to do as well is wherever we've got this type of situation, we're going to say because it's going to be credits, really. It's not going to be gold, because it's sci-fi, man. I too am a crit user. Ah, cool. A currency might get a name. Might get like an actual unit. You know, like Gil in Final Fantasy. Or something like that. And then if we want it to sell, it says it has no room for any more stock, which is correct. We'll test insufficient credits thing for Tim Appleton. Call them Bens, yeah. Call them lazy coins like they are in the stream. Alright. So I need to go back and change where I was just... Okay. Setting his number of slots in his bag to 3. I'll put them back to the default now. And we'll just test that Tim Appleton doesn't have enough money. It's 1,000. Tim Appleton has insufficient credits. Cool. Right, the last thing actually to do is the trade now. Whatever that is. Game menus. Try trade. So now we can trade. How is this going to work? It is vendor bag, claim items, we can just claim it from a slot, one slot at a time. We want to claim items, so we have an item claim result. Yeah, I think we'll just do it one slot at a time. Or auto slot in the sell bag. Get slots. I think that's it. And then for auto slot in the buy bag, get slots. Player bag, claim items, slot. And that would do it. And obviously, yeah, the last thing to do is decrement the money actually. So if you wanted to buy one, it should go to 90. So cosmic sludge, he doesn't actually have any cosmic sludge. So we'll just, there we go. So we need to decrement the money. And then that would be hero credits. What is hero credits? It doesn't have IntelliSense for this for some reason. We have append credits. Append credits. Minus buy value. And then vendor bag. Need the vendor credits as well. Vendor bag ID. Vendor credits. Append credits buy value. Hero credits. Append credits. Sell value. Vendor credits. Append credits minus sell value. Okay. So basically the heroes credits gets the buy value deducted, the vendor credits gets the buy value incremented. And same with the sell stuff. Got the right, if I've got that the right way around. So we'll buy $91.10. Get the cosmic sludge. Sell it back. $100. So if we do 2 credits, that got to $98.98, and then we do so that should just remit. That should trade. Everything's the same. $7. So we receive 5 credits. They will go down by So will we receive, yeah, because we're selling something for 7 and we're buying something for 2. So we'll receive 5. That will go down by 5. Yeah. Cool. So the other thing is we want to clear the records when we do that. Sell by records. See. Start again basically after that. Hopefully that was what the assert was about there. So let's try and spend. So if we take 50, hang on. Take 50 of those. So I want to buy 50. 2 credits. If we buy more of those, insufficient credits. So you'd be like, oh, insufficient credits, reset, take 1. Or if you just wanted to, so if you wanted to buy a bunch of those, insufficient credits, oh no, that means we'll put a couple back. One left. Trade. Got no money. Sell them all back. Cool. Well, as long as the maths is right. Okay, so that is basically the trade stuff done. So there's a couple of things with shops. So that is the... Find one. 7 credits is the base value, the base worth of the item. Shops tend to mark that down a lot in games. And it's going to be dependent on, like, you know, anything. It could be dependent on anything. It could be dependent on a quest, like how much it's marked down by, or marked up by, dependent on the player's level. So we need to leave the system open for marking down credits to any kind of code path. So we need to do that. We need to put in like some very general system of modifying the worth of items that can be added to. And I also just want to do some animations. Like currently it's quite difficult. If I do reset, I did trade. If I do reset, it's quite difficult to see what happened after that. So what I need to do is animate the things that are changing in number. So we'll probably do that next. So we'll start off with these. So when you do trade, that needs to have a... These things need to have an animation. So to find out where this is, Game UI canvas. Okay, this is the title bar. So let's just put that to small. So this is the thing that renders the credits, how much credits there are for each bag. Make it a little bit bigger. Is that what's happening there? I think so. I think they are a little bit bigger. Let's just make them extra large just to check we are actually doing the right ones. Oh, this is the measuring. This is the drawing. It ain't so bad having it big. It is more... clear. It fits. Okay, we'll stick with that for now. So they both need to be large. So we have state. We have a tween. We have an anim tween. So we could straight up. Oh, we are doing it. We're just not resetting it. Wonder why that isn't animating then for the buy. So why these don't animate? Why don't those animate? We're only doing the reset. Okay, we're only doing it in that instance. Let's try this. Okay, cool. So we're not getting one there. We're getting them on the others though. So the trade, so the spend OCR or credit thing, so that's not animating when it goes back down to 0. So that's going to be if the trade succeeds, the sum tween, the balance tween has to reset. if try trade balance tween reset. And that will reset the animation to play again, basically, if the trade succeeds. There we go. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is, when you do this, it needs to be kind of obvious that it is being changed, the value is being changed. And a way to do that is to scale. We could scale the icon and then shrink it back to its normal size. So we could have like a pop-up and then a shrink back down. And then we could do another one of these kind of transitions for those numbers. And we'll see if that makes it obvious that it's changing. Those two things. Right. Need to find out where in the code that is happening. Grid renderer. It's in Exchange inventory, I think. So where's a good place to start? Maybe doing this. So it'd be that situation we want to capture, putting it back on top. Which is here. Quantity is 1. It's nothing really to do with the quantity. It is to do with if the claim worked. So that does return. If there's a claim result, we want to do something. We want to we want to get state but we want to get it, we want the state for the no, it could just all happen on the anim tween, I think. No, it can't happen on the anim tween. We need another tween. We need like tween F2 and icon tween as well. So that's icon tween dot reset. So we want We want this. So this actually draws all of the stuff. So this is what we actually want for the... we want a tween value in here. Let's see. There's a lot of stuff. Like, I wonder why we need... So what is this? Why we need all this stuff? Okay, what I'm going to do here then is I'm going to do float tween value or transition t. I'm going to put in a transition t and then just see what all the compile errors happen to be. I might have to actually default that to 1. Oh, we're in a modal here. Okay. I think it's fine to do that. It might not be fine to do that. I can't call get state. We need a static version. This needs to be static. Return states.find ID. I think that's fine. That's all we need to do. So this needs to be get state result test bag ID. Okay. Oh, it's if auto state. Can't pass this through because these renderers only survive for 1 frame and then they're gone again. Potentially. Alright, cool. Let's move on. So this needs to be 1. This needs to be 1. This needs to be 1. Okay, cool. So now we can pass in the transition T. For each of these. We also need to know what slots are going to be affected by the transition as well. So we've got the icon tween. So we kind of need an array of affected slot indices. Do we? I think so. The problem is how do we clear that array of affected slot indices? So we only want some of the slots to actually play the animation. So, we do pull 1 out of there, click reset, just want this slot to play. Pull 1 out of there, click reset, we want that slot and that slot to play. So this is straightforward because this is 1 at a time. It's the reset that needs multiple ones. Yeah, so we could get the state, we could add them in. When we press reset, we could just reset the slot. Yeah, so it would be something like auto state, get state. Is that right? Oh, it states in the renderer state though. Not the shop menu. Oh, we could have the tweens in the shop menu. So that would mean if we had the tween in the shop menu, it would mean passing it into the renderer. And it is quite complicated. So what we need to do is the reset would have to be something like it would have to record which slot it was and which ID it was. Have to just record the record, to be fair. Sell by record. It could go in record. We'll actually record the event. So I think a reset also gets this event as well. So if we do that one of those, and then we do reset, we get this event. That one. And then that one. We get 2 events, 1 for each. So that might be good. That's where we could kind of get into it. Another way to do it is the state. The state itself the states never go away. So the state itself could listen one of these claim item events. That is also a thing that could happen. So we call get state. Do state index.initialize. Game events. Dot listen. So we could listen here. We just have to check that between runs of the game we don't add it 2 times. I don't think that is how it works. I think you have to call listen fixed in memory. That will persist between runs of the game. I'm not sure if listen does. Let me shut. And we'll test it. We'll test it. G event. Claim inventory items. So if we do this, there we go, we get it. Get one for each bag. So we can say if EVT test bag ID is equal to this ID. Seem to get it 2 times, 3. So why are we sending this event over and over again? How many times did we get this event? So what is this? This is per bag. What I want to know is why it gets it multiple times. So it's been sent multiple times. So we send it. Alright, so send it. We're only sending it once. And it's coming. So how many of these states are there? Oh, no. Initialize here. We're initializing it every frame. No. I'm building up a massive list of event listeners. Alright. Guess we didn't receive it at all. We're probably not calling get state on the cell bag. We must be calling initialize. Let's see. So we should have it 4 times. Oh, hang on a sec. This is calling into the blooming... Calling into the lambda there. Here we go. So the bag ID, that one. That one. That one. That one. That one. That one. So if we pull into the cell, okay, so we're not calling get state for the cell. I think that's all that's happening for the cell and the buy. So game menus, draw widgets. So the cell bag tab pane. Oh, get tab pane state. No, it's the renderer state we want. So this is the cell one. Yeah, so we're just not calling. So in exchange inventory, calling get state. So it's after, we're calling it after. So I think, to be fair, when we do this, we need to call get state on it. There's a couple of places we could do it. We could do it here in exchange inventory. Do auto state with get state. And then we could do this. Okay. now let's see. Oops. If we get it for the cell bag. No, we don't. So this is the cell bag. We'll do get state. She already has it. Nine four nine, yeah. Okay, let's try again. So we're looking for creating an estate of 949. 658 274 949. Then we listen. We are 949. And then we'll drag it in. 949. So get state. We do have a state of 949. Ooh, no, actually no. This is different. Yeah, it's getting moved in memory. To be fair, we could just do this. We could just pass in the ID. Not this. You can't pass in this. Can I do this? Okay, now let's see. There we go. Yeah, it was getting moved in memory. Okay, cool. So what we need to do now is we need to run the game again. A new instance of the game. A little bug there with the... Yeah, we only get one event, even if it's a new instance. Brilliant. So here we go. So now we know we can actually track. This event has in it like slot index and stuff. This is the thing we need for the affected tweens. So slot index 3, Or 2. Slot index 2. Right, quick break. Go to use the loot. I'll be back in a minute or so. Right. So we can have in here a list of affected. So we have to do the icon tween reset, and then we need a list of affected slots. Array U64 affected slots. Oh, animated slots. So we need to reset it, and we need to animated slots dot add EVT their slot index. If it's the source bag, add EVT source slot index. Okay, but these are just going to add forever. We need to know when to clear them. So we could clear them if the icon tween is finished. So this is kind of just an OR. No. I could say if icon tween T is 1, animated slots empty. So if we finish the animation tween, we empty the animated slots. Could do that, or we could do the last frame. If it's a different frame, we can empty them, which might be better. So we could do last animation frame. So this would be last animation frame is not equal to the frame we empty. That might be the best thing to do. So we could just do this. In general. And then just do this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we need to do auto state, get state, ID. This is state dot. Is it there? No, I don't think it is in that one. It's this one. Animated slots is not a member of the state. Animated slots. Ah. If state might not be there anymore. Okay, so in theory that means we have a bunch of slots and a tween. Which means we can animate those slots now. Okay. So in the grid renderer, draw. We don't need to do this anymore, which is very good. Now we can get the state. So now we need to actually pass in the slots here. Oh no, we could do it. We could get the state here now. So we don't even need the transition T, which is nice. Let's get rid of that. we have the state. So we can go state equals InnoSheep had tab render a state. So it might not be in a tab. That is the question. That is the thing. So it might not be in a tab. That is the only problem with this. You could draw this literally anywhere. It doesn't have to be in a tab. And the states are stored in the tab. It could be stored somewhere else. It could be stored in the game. Okay, whatever. We'll just keep it like this for now. It'll be fine. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so we've got the state. So we can start messing with the animation V, the transition basically. So go. So before we call this, we only want to tick it one time. So we could tick it in draw title bar. Might do that. So we do state. Icon tween tick TT. Tweaks dot. If we want some fade in rate. This. So we can do that there. And we also, yeah, that'll be it. That's good. That's fine. That's fine. This is the icon tween. Okay. So we're going to go auto transition T is equal to state. Then we'll do state icon tween value ease out cubic or 1. So that gives us a T. It's going to go from 0 to 1. And then what we want to do is we want to go auto transition slots equals state state animated slots else array. What is this? Array of U64. Just empty. Oh, no, we can't do it like that. Can we do this? Yes. Yeah. Maybe. So I'm just going to immediately call the destructor. No. Could do standard span U64 transition slots. Yeah. We do this. Yes, it likes that. That's good. So we've got the transition slots, the transition T. So the slots are indices. So we can go auto in transition equals transition slots. How do you find with a span? Oh God. I'll have to look that up. I don't use that in span very much. Contains int in standard span. Snap. Standard span. See if you reckon. The standard ranges contains. That is so nice. Standard ranges contains transition slots S. It's much better than the other version, which is that one. Okay, cool. So we're in transition. That means we've got a transition T and whether we're in transition or not. So the first thing I want to do is we don't have an alpha for that, which is a shame. I'm going to say we could transition. We have a box. We can actually move it. Can we actually scale it? I don't think we can scale it. Icon size position Z. So we can't do that. We'll do the what will we do? So draw inventory slot icon stats. That's what all this do. Jar icon stats common. So this does it. This does it. So we need it here actually. So I think this needs a transition T. So we'll do float transition T. Oops. And then draw stats common on the renderer. Needs it. Transition T. Oh wait, is it? We do transition T there as well, yeah. Okay. If this builds, where does this come from? How does this work? Oh, another transition T. Oh. So a shadowing transition T. Icon. What is it? Draw inventory bag. Draw inventory bag list. Grid. So we need to do basically this on the actual list as well. And this transition T is in transition T, else one. And the list is basically the same stuff. This is bag ID. So we have to rename this transition T to state transition or icon transition T. And then we want to do in transition is standard ranges find what do we call it? Transition slots. S. And then this is in transition icon transition T else 1. See if that builds. Nope. So what's it saying? What's the problem with this? Span iterator. Contains. That's because it's contains. Pooping Pygon, how's it going? Nice username. Hope you're doing alright. I'm just working on a little bit of... I'm working on the shop menu. Setting these... So, if you do this and you take an item, you put it into a... so you want to sell it. If you put it back... I'm doing a little... working on a little transition. Because if you do reset like this, it's a bit unclear what happens to the item. So I'm going to put like a transition in. That's the idea anyway. I'm just setting all that up. Nice one, cheers. Yeah, it's coming together. So we'll just do an in between .t equals 1. Icon tween .t equals 1 as well. I think it's 1. That just initializes them to be fully tweened. Yeah, because what I can see is it's moving as soon as it's opened, only the first time. It's the first time you ever opened the shop. Oh look, we've actually got the credit value in the chest. I'm not sure we actually want that. So what's happening there? Why is... I want to know is why. If we look at the credit value, it moves a little bit. Only this one by the looks of it, which is very strange. Why is it moving? So this would be raw title bar. Yeah, I want to know why. So if you get the state of tween, T is 0, should be 1. Okay, so we need to do self state index of tween t is 1. I think. Let's try that. No, still moved. So strange. So T is 1 now, which means it's full. It means it's fully tweened. Okay, so that's this. We'll do draw title bar. This state, tweens are both 1. Oh, we're resetting the tween. I think we possibly... We're resetting a tween there because of this last credit value. So this is to say if the money changes, reset the tween. Yeah, and then because we reset the tween, it's ticking back up again and performing the animation just one time. Interesting. Didn't see it there because I had breakpoints. How do I want to fix that then? How do I want to fix? Make it optional. That's probably the thing to do. So I'm going to say if not state.last credit value, state.last credit value, value, like that. And that's probably the way to fix it. And the first time it comes through, it's not set. So it just sets it, but it doesn't reset the tween, which is the key. Yeah, I think that worked. It animates so quick, it's hard to actually see. Yeah, it worked, yeah, good. Right, so we have transition now. If we're going to draw the grid, draw inventory bag grid, we got the transition, and we do this draw stats. We just draw stats common, and we have our transition here, and this is what we need to be able to do the animation. So let's do dot with alpha transition t. And then dot, well, that would be plus vec2 or minus vec2 16 times transition t 0. 16 might be a bit big. We shall see. So this is just going to affect the quantity string. See if it does a little animation. It does, it goes the wrong way, but it's doing it. We've got it set quite wrong. What would this be then? Plus minus 16 to 0 based on the transition t. So we could just actually auto translation, well, what would this be? Transition offset. Is that? I'm just add a lot of these transition offsets. I don't think we actually need to do it to the credit value though. This is drawing the credit value. So the idea being, we can make it even more obvious. We can just take 1. We put it back, it transitions. So if we reset, you can see a little bit more now what's happening. We may need to, well, we definitely need to be able to scale the icon. I think that's the thing that's going to make it really obvious. I don't think we need to do it with the credit value actually. We do need to do it with the icon. Check it works with the list mode. So if we just take 1, yeah. So we need to make the icon grow. We need to be able to render the icon with a scale factor. So this would be draw HUD icon. We could just, it's literally an inflate. So how many verts? Is it 6? Or is it 4 vertices? Four verts. Okay. We have some kind of scaled quad. We might be able to look at the code. Draw quad. Draw scaled texture. So as build quad and world passes in the width and the height. It's a bit different then, because this is kind of a mesh. This could be any number of vertices in theory. Even though it's 4, you know, we could imagine like very, very complicated icons with many vertices in. Okay. Let's do draw scaled HUD icon. Icon position scale. It's basically draw a HUD icon, except this scale. I wonder if it's just times scale. The thing is, we want it to scale from the middle. So it's this. Here's that. So we want so we need to know its bounds really. Do we have that? I think we do we might have that. Bounds, yeah. Okay. What kind of rectangle is it? U. So it would be bmcast rect HUD icon bounds. So that's the bounds of the HUD icon. So what we're doing is orienting it around the hotspot as well, which is interesting. So it would be P minus equals bounds over 2. Bounds dot width height over 2. And then it would be P times equals scale. And then P plus equals bounds dot width height over 2. Is it this? No, I think it is just width. Just that. And then we do P. So we'll call this half bounds. Or auto translation equals bounds at width height over 2. To middle. To center. Okay, I think that's it. So, to test that, let's do draw scaled HUD icon, and we'll do 0.5 times BM sin F time plus 0.5 plus 0.1. Or we'll do BM lerp F 0.5 to 1.5 based on that. See what that looks like. It's not quite right. That's not what I actually want. I think it's this. Let's try that. Not like they were doing it. Oh, weird. So he's working on those. Ah. Okay, it comes off a sheet. It comes off a... Is that correct? Ah, Nave, how's it going? Yeah, in the C++ code, but I assume auto keyword is relatively new. Never seen that. I'm alright, thanks. Yeah, doing alright. Auto. I'm not sure how new it is. Let's have a look. I don't think it's that new. $2011, maybe? 2011 it came out. I mean, it's always existed, but it was a different... I remember that. It was a different thing. It meant a different thing. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea either. Yeah, I hope you're doing alright. I'm just working on shop menu stuff at the moment. It's kind of final things, really. So the idea is just web stuff. I don't know anything about web, unfortunately. I've done a couple of websites in my time, but not really specialised in it at all. But yeah, the idea is with this is that if you want to sell something, you put it in there. You have to get something that's worth some money first. So like one of these. But what I'm doing, and then if you want to buy something, you put it in there, and then you do the trade. But I'm putting in little transitions. So when you see the little 30 there, it went down to 29, and I'm putting in I want to scale the icon as well. So because what happens is you could reset, which means reset these two bags, and then it's not quite obvious where it goes. So I put that little fade in with the times 30, and then I'm going to put a little kind of so it jumps up a little bit bigger and then shrinks back down again, the actual icon itself, just so it's a little bit more easy to see what's happening with the items. That's what I'm doing. But yeah, welcome. Hope you're having a good day and everything. And in general, I'm just doing all the game menus at the moment. So that's the chest one, and then I've done all of the pause menu stuff. And these context menus and stuff like that. Oh, you just got 3 minutes of adverts. That's weird. Oh, it does say ads might be in progress. Did you catch any of it? I'll explain it again. Let me know. Let me know when you're back. All right. Cool. Okay. So we've got You're back. Cool. So what I was saying was the idea is with the shop menu is you drag things into the cell if you want to sell something. But when you reset, so you just want to reset the trade or whatever, it wasn't clear where the icons were going back to if you had a lot in there. So I'm just doing some little transitions. So you see where the one turns into a 2 and it transitions. And then what I want to do is the icons themselves, I want them to scale up a bit and then come back down, just so it's easier to see where the icons are going when you do a reset, basically. Or what we'll do is if you wanted to actually sell one, you do a pumpkin seed, it should go into Tim Appleton's. There is other pumpkin seed, so that should go to 101. And you just make it a little bit clearer that like it's gone there, I suppose, with the scaling and the transitions. That's what I'm working on at the moment. But yeah, if you've got any other questions, let us know. Let us know. So I'm just working on the scaling. So it's a little bit wrong at the moment. Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for popping in. See you later. So is it minus bounds.xy? Not sure about that. Oh, so I think it's actually minus bounds.xy minus bounds.width height over 2 to get it to the center. I think that's what it is. No, it's not. So I'm going to move the position to the center. It's that, I think. Is it that? That's it. That's it. So all these are scaling. All right, that's awesome. So this needs to be a lerp between 1.2 or something and 1 based on transition T. And see how that looks. Well, BM lerp F it's called. It's broken some stuff. Oh. Transition T is 0 sometimes. It's called, because it's icon transition T. It's not transition T. Okay. So he's doing it for all of them, unfortunately. I only wanted to do it for the affected slot. So all the it says all the slots are affected. That's weird. Okay, no. We have to do... What do we call this? In transition. This. That's this. Right, cool. We do reset. Oop. You reset. Cool. So I notice as well. Not sure if I like that. So it's good here on the reset. Oh, change the music. Maybe we manually do it. So in the state stuff, we're listening for the event. Which is here. We actually reset it, so that I would have to reset the slots and the tween. So let's do void reset icon animation. But we don't want to do the animation thing. We'll do it manually. So what that means then is what is going on there? So is that happening? That is working. Okay, so reset has to call reset icon animation. So so in the shop menu, so game menus, shop menu, draw widgets. So when we do reset, so can we do render it, get state, record, ID. Reset icon animation. Good. Codex. How's it going? Hope you're alright. Yeah, I'm doing fine, thank you. Just putting the finishing touches to the shop menu at the moment. Putting a few kind of animations in. Figuring out the best way to do it, really. I'm British. Yeah. Yeah. From the northeast of England. Yeah. Whereabouts are you from? So I might do this. I have both of them. From India, Delhi. Oh, nice one. Very different to England, that, yeah. Yeah, it's very rainy and cold here. It's probably very warm and sunny there. So yeah, what I've got is these little transitions. The problem is they happen just when you're dragging the item around. I'm not sure if I want that. I mean, maybe I do. Maybe if you make it a little less extreme. So learning C++, trying to build my own project without any LLM, any tips, without AI. So the way I do it is I get example code, and then I'll have the example code on one side of the screen and my code on the other, and I'll copy. And anything I don't understand, I will read upon it, read on it. Just do stuff like that. There's loads of examples of basically anything you might want to do, yeah. And like use AI to ask questions with. Ask it questions, but then don't have it code for you. And that's probably a better way of learning. Yeah, let's make it less extreme. Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Okay, so draw grid. So it's a grid. Draw inventory bag grid. It's got like 1.1, so it's a little bit less of a transition, extreme transition. Maybe it needs to be a bit faster. See, I don't know whether I like it or not. Do this. We've got draw stats common. Where's the one where we draw specifically draw icon stats? There's nothing there. How am I with pointers? Yeah, fine. I don't mind pointers. I'm not using them much in my code. But yeah, is that what you're learning at the moment? Pointers? Yeah. It can take a bit to get your head around them. But it's kind of, with a bit of practice, it's natural. I suppose that might be okay with a sound effect. Okay, where do we draw this 0%? It's not draw icon stats, it's some kind of renderer. Data card. Here it is. So it's draw icon stats. This comes from default. So this needs the transition T. I'm going to put the transition T in all of these. Don't really know why we need 4. No, there is no transition T in the list stats. It's just here. It's just here. So this can be with alpha transition T. And that's BM lerpf minus 16 to 0 transition T. I think that's it. Just have to get the compiler as sorted for passing in this transition T. Transition T. Okay, so we want auto transition offset. I do a lot of pointer stuff with the memory, like the heap and stuff in the engine, and you know, images, useful for images, drawing images, like CPU, drawing images on the CPU. Okay, so now they should come in as well. So if I do this, and I do this, and I do this, and I do this, and then I do reset, it is more clear. What if I just take one from each of these? Reset. Yeah. It's not really clear though. Maybe we need to kind of do some kind of box or something as well. We can mess with this transition T. We can put in like, so this is a white box. Can we lerp colours? Is it possible to lerp a colour? It's colour.lerp. So we'll do colour. We'll do green. .lerp with white transition T. Is it called transition T? It's called icon transition T. Yeah. So we'll lerp it from green to white as well. See what that looks like. Did that work? It does it, but it's very fast. He's doing it to all of them. So the colour is in transition, else colour white. I think we're doing the wrong one here. Could be this one. Let's try this. It's really difficult to see. Maybe red would be easy to see. Yeah, red is a bit easy to see. Let's try this as well. I'm not suggesting we keep it red. I'm just kind of exploring ways that we could make it more obvious that the icon has moved. It's very obvious if the player is dragging it. It's more to do with pressing the reset button, really. Which I think is this one. So maybe we could do something like 0.7. We need a transition, icon transition T. So if we do reset now, weirdly they are white. It's because it is in transition. So is in transition is, and icon transition T is less than 1. Excuse me. Okay. Don't know. So we've got quad radius, stroke color, quad radius, stroke color. So I'll look at this as well. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if it looks better or not with rounded quads. Can make it a less of a radius. It's maybe nicer. Should we do draw rounded quad? Or draw rounded quad outline for okay, let's have a quick look then. So these all need, if this works, these all need different Z values as well. So actually, okay, let's have a look. So on all of these, this needs to be rounded quad outline, rounded quad. Rounded quad outline, rounded quad outline, outline, rounded quad outline. And maybe we just keep it white. It's in transition. It's white. Else it's a bit darker. Let's reset. See, it went back. I can actually see it now. Okay, cool. So what I might do as well is have a little tweaker for this colour. In the shop menu, kind of we're being the game sub menu really. Tweakers. Game sub menu tweaks. We've got item list, icon, border color. Where did we put it? Item list icon after the name for color, so it's here. Item list icon border color. Item list icon for color. Item list icon, item for color. Do not have it. Item list name. Item list name for color. So here we will have, not after the Y offset, item list icon border color. Okay. Get back to where we're drawing them. Here it is. The color is, so what tweaks do we have? Item tweaks. We will do, we could put in item tweaks. Now, submenu tweaks. Tweaks. Game submenu tweaks. Bambieg, how's it going? Hope you're alright today. On border color. Get them tweaks, yeah. Just putting the finishing touches to the shop menu. Definitely finish it today. Nearly there. Okay. Item list. Icon border color. So we've got some swimming there. I do wonder. It's because it's only 1 pixel. I need to get rid of that swimming. So we'll do that. It needs to be 2, 3, 2, 4, 3. That should do it. What are you up to today, Fanbjerg? Anything good? Okay. And now we can change the colour of it. Still a bit swimmy. That's less swimmy. That's good. Take away the alpha. That'll make it even less swimmy. By swimmy, I mean like shimmering, like some of these shimmer. Yeah, I think so. Let's put them back and let's see if we can solve swimming just with taking away some alpha. Isn't so bad. So we need to do these as well. So that would be draw 3-item list. Excuse me, man. So this would be draw rounded quad outline 1 4 tweaks. Item list icon border color. So we have whether it's in a transition. So that's and transition and icon transition T is less than 1. So if it's in a transition, white, else that. So that's rounded quad outline. And that's rounded quad outline. Rounded quad outline. That is the same apart from the 3 is a 2. Rounded quad outline. here. Alright, get rid of these syntax errors. What's going on there? That is incorrect. Try inventory item box. Item info box. No, it's not that one. So why is it drawing it? Oh, I've probably got these the wrong way round. Yeah. There. Drawing it with no border radius. So I think if the slot is occupied, we want kind of a different colour, possibly. So if the slot is occupied, it's one colour. If it's unoccupied, it's another colour. So, a grid one. So it'd be slot is empty. Colour with alpha. Colour dot. Let's do colour times 0.5. See what that looks like. Okay. So that looks quite thin. We need a separate tweak for this. It might look a little bit better being 2, you know. That's the width of the stroke. A little bit of a thicker line. Yeah. Alright, add time. I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, so I've had a thought that maybe the border colour could be the item colour. Let's try that. Let's try that. So, tweaks. Oh, this is what it tweaks. This. What is tweaks? Tweaks. So how do we get the item colour? Get category. Okay, we need the category. Tweaks, get category, the item category tweak, slot, get prefab, which is optional. So we'd say color, auto color equals submenu tweaks in icon list icon border color if auto prefab equals slot get prefab color is equal to tweaks category prefab category dot color. So it would be this. See what that looks like. In bad. Could live with that. I'm not sure if I like it. Let's try doing it on the list view as well. This is just tweaks. This is item tweaks. Got them the other way around here. And that is just color. And that is also 2. Yeah, I don't know if I do like it. I think it just kind of looks better being a normal background colour. A normal border colour. See what it looks like with a couple of purples in there. I'll leave it because it's so easy to change. See if it grows on me. It's interesting, if I click on it, it does that. Not sure why. So it does, yeah, that does lay the path for being able to click on them and it goes down there or drag them. Might actually put that in because that feels quite nice. Obviously, you click on it and you go down there. Go to the cell one. Okay, cool. Okay, so there's a couple of things. So we'll do that. We'll probably do that a different day though, because I'm a bit tired now. I've only got a couple more minutes left. One of the things is on the chest menu. We are now seeing the value of the chest. Is that something we want to do? I don't think it is really. We're not doing the transition there. The scale. Okay. 0.15. 2. Where is it? We're doing, what is the scale? Draw icon. Draw, what's the grid one? And then this does draw scaled HUD icon. The list, yeah, it's here. Draw scaled HUD icon. Where's scale? There. I don't know if in the next 5 minutes I'm going to actually get a fix for rendering the value of the chest. I don't think I do want to render the value of the chest. Yeah, what happens if you do take all there? Does it do the animation for all of them? Missed that. No. That's something we need to fix. $140 for that. Appleseed. So we're not playing the transition for some reason. There's a few errors. Like we're not playing the transition sometimes on the buttons, on the trade button. I think we are playing it on the reset button, but not on the trade button. That's something I've got to fix. There's a few things. We need another few hours on this. So I need to get rid of the credit value here. And then I need to do the transition on. It doesn't seem to be working on the buttons. It's just putting them there. Okay, cool. Right, that's me done for the day. 3 o'clock. I'll hopefully, what time are we on? 3 o'clock. What day is it? Wednesday. I'll hopefully be back tomorrow. We'll definitely finish it tomorrow. It's more or less there now. It's just the, the final little bits. But it's looking okay. It's looking good, I think. Another thing I wanted to do is empty slots. I want to colour a different background there as well. I think that would look good. Right, that's me done. Thanks very much for watching. Hopefully be back tomorrow, if not the day after. And everybody have a good evening. See you later.